Right. Cool. Let's see how this works. Okay, we're live there. Right. Hi, doggy. How are you? Let's see. Hey, how's it going, Kit? 7th favorite artist. That art's too answered. I'm glad. So you'd asked me about something not like super serious, but still something that also hits me with a lot of anxiety too, right? I'm sorry you're sick. I hope you're feeling better. You should go to sleep early and get some rest. I don't know if you guys have summer vacation over there. Hey, how's it going, Fatty? Welcome, welcome. Been a hot sec. Care for sake of friends. Flower Gem, yeah, you missed it. No, you're fine. Hope they're doing well with their move. What's I gonna say though? I should get used to drawing bigger so you guys can actually see what's happening. Kate, you're asking me how should you deal with like people who are asking for help and you're willing to help, but you only know how to explain to them the way that you learned it, right? So the way I deal with it is I just kind of do my best, right? I just have to hope that if they are decent people who are really looking to improve, that as long as you're honest with them about what you can and can't do, what you are knowledgeable of, all that stuff, then they'll be understanding and accepting, right? And a lot of it is repeating the same thing over and over again. And if it seems like they're not figuring it out, it's one of those things where you should how do I say this? You kind of just need to accept that everyone is slightly different in what they can and can't do, and that they understand things in different ways. So try to take the thing that you understand how to do and explain it in a different way, right? That's all that you need to do. Try to, like, say someone is trying to understand color theory, but the way that you explain it to her, the way that I would explain it to them is kind of just like, okay, you look at a color and try to describe it in terms of primary colors, right? If I look at the tiles on top of the roof outside the window, I can't just say brown, because brown is not really a very good way to describe it. It's a different color, right? What kind of brown? So I'm gonna look at it, I'm gonna say, that looks kind of yellowish, orangish, like dark reddish to me, right? And they might not understand that, right? They might think, what the hell are they talking about? Yellowish, reddish, oranges. And that's how my professor explained it to me when I was in art college, right? Not art college, I was in college and I was taking an art class. And that didn't make sense to me, at all, right? Until like a couple years later, I was like, oh, you know what? Actually, that does kind of make sense now. And so the secret is sometimes it just takes a while for it to click, right? But until then, you could say, all right, so we know that this tile color, if we take it out of the light, is going to be brown, right? Because sometimes people understand like that. And then we're hitting it with light from the sun. Well, light from the sun tends to be wavelengths of red, yellow, and green, right? In varying proportions. That's why plants are green, is because red and blue, sorry, not red, yellow, and green, red, blue, and green. That's why plants are green, because there's more red and blue, and so chlorophyll is very effective at absorbing a majority of the light from the sun. Well, when those colors come together, they create a white light, right? And so objects will reflect more of the color that they are not, right? Because they absorb more of the color that they are. That's a very physics-heavy explanation, but sometimes a physics-heavy explanation will help people, right? So, what color is this tile not? This tile is not yellow. Okay, so we're going to take this brown tile and we're going to make it more yellow because it's reflecting more of that yellow light. And so that's not something... And so just because that is something that may not work for you, it's a different way of explaining something. And if that doesn't work for it, you figure out some other way of doing it, right? If you get asked a question a lot and you only have one way that works for you, you probably don't understand the topic as well as you think you do, right? And that's not like an attack on you or what you know, right? That's just like a fact of the matter. If you can't explain something 10 different ways, you don't really understand it as fundamentally as you think you do. And as you go through life, you learn more. This is why it's very important to be open to learning things, right? Because if you're stuck in your ways of, oh, I know how to do this, and you can't explain it to somebody, you don't actually know. How do you stop feeling like a fraud? You don't. You tell them honestly, you say, hey, I'm going to tell you what I know. I feel like I am personally lacking with this area specifically. I know a couple of tricks from watching YouTubers and stuff that I'm going to try to synthesize and explain to you, right? I'm going to be like a mama bird. I'm going to masticate up all of the stuff that I've learned and I'm going to spit it out into your mouth, right? And if they're nice, then they'll be okay with it. If they're not nice, they'll probably be a little rude, which is unfortunate, but you know, it's the way it is sometimes. All right. By the way, this is how Rufus came out. I need to come up with names for the fellas. I was going to ask, what's a very popular South African last name for Kaya? That's probably very common. I think he does have the best colors, and that's partly because he is the focal point, right? Besides Robbie, Rufus is the leader of the group, right? So there's going to be a lot more focus on that. But also it's because I didn't add anything to Kyle. So, what's it called? Kaya has a little bit of ambient occlusion on her, whereas the parts that are closer to us are going to be a more saturated color. So it's there, it's just hard to see. Like you can tell on her legs. There's that radiance. But it'll depend heavily on what kind of environment they're in. If the background was much darker, right? So if I come in and like to show this. If the background for Kaya was black, Oopsies, that's the wrong one. Then this would look a lot brighter, right? And so it'd be a lot more noticeable that she has this kind of like glow to her. So she's got the colors too, it's just harder to tell because of the background. And that's just kind of the nature of dealing with people of color, right? The contrast is always just going to make colors pop, which is also why you never want to use pure black, because if you use a dark color and you need it to pop, you need to use black. Because if I was to add white, watch, if I change this to white, now she looks even harder to tell. Now she just looks like she's black, completely. It depends. You need to be a very conscious compositional artist, right? Yeah. So if I was to make Kaya's background pure black, she would stand out way more. Right? But because this is like a mid-tone kind of a thing, I should probably add like an outline to the hair. But exactly, compared to Rufus. But a similar thing would happen to Rufus, right? If I took Rufus and I made the background pure white, actually that doesn't quite work because the values are still much darker. So for example, correction there. And what I mean by that is if I take the hue, saturation, luminosity, and I turn the saturation down to 0, you'll notice that the color is still very different from white, right? Whereas, if we go up to Kaya, and we add that black layer, and now we add that hue saturation, and hopefully this works. And we take that saturation down to 0, we'll see that the colors are very similar, but they still stand out a lot more. Okay, I was hoping it would stand out a little bit more. I might go back and I change her colors just a teensy bit, just to make her stand out a little bit more. But I don't know, I kind of like the really dark skin. It plays a lot nicer with lights, right? So with Rufus, for example, if I put them in a dark room and I put blue lights on them, they'll probably still kind of blow out, so they'll still be whiter in color. Whereas if I take Kaya, and this I'm explaining how I would color them, right? If I take Kaya and then I put them in a dark room and I put blue lights on, she's going to reflect a lot more of that blue color. So she's going to be really cool to see in darker like situations because she's going to have a lot more reflected light and it's going to look really cooler. Nkosi? Sounds good? All right, cool. Black here also just sinks her in deeper. Yeah, I probably should do like more of an outline or a rim light on it. Maybe we do that. Let's take maybe some blue lights. I was really hoping that would stand out a lot more underneath because I set the color to multiply. Yeah, let's do the aloe now. Hey, how's it going, HGG Gamer Girl? HG Gamer Girl. Do you kind of like the blue highlight we have going on for the rim light? Might keep that. What does it look like from far away? Feels like your entire body should have that highlight. Hey, thanks for the subscription. Hope you are having a good day. Although I feel like this is, in a certain sense, I don't know how to feel about this. 'Cause I think it's good, but I feel like in a certain sense, it's kind of, not super working. Thanks so much. So before T gets here, did you see the masterpiece he did on my page? On your page? What page? Inspiration from you? I did not. Are you talking about art page? I have not seen it yet. I'm gonna go take a look. Ooh, from Mars? Yeah, it looks really awesome. Looks great. I really love the gradients for the bubbles. I have to ask them how they did that. Because they're using some tones. Some screen tones, but I don't know how they did the tone for the background. Looks awesome. Attacks. That's that one. Is there another notification? Comment from Galaxy Earth? No, that's different. Okay. This looks really good. I really like the pose too. He did a really good job. Yeah, I'm thinking that I would prefer to put it on the line art itself, maybe. Maybe just the hair as well. Where is the lock? Oh, what's going on? I think I understand what's happening. Yeah, it's not really bop bop. Okay. I was really hoping that that would apply afterwards. How'd I do this? Got the ton, it popped out really well. Yeah! I just didn't like putting it for the whole thing, right? Because it felt kind of cheap, but I might end up doing it. Whatever. So the first thing you should always do is work smarter, not harder. I know that I'm going to put an entire layer around, oopsies, that's the wrong one. I know that I'm going to put an entire layer around Kaya. So I'm just going to do this. Right. Maybe just 3? And then make a new layer underneath. Then we're gonna fill it with the blue outline. So I don't like that necessarily. I think maybe just 1 pixel. There you go. And then we get more or less the same effect. Appreciate you coming in early. I didn't really come in early today. Okay. I gotta do the, what's it called? The name, so I don't forget. What's on this layer? This layer has nothing on it. We'll use it for the names. That's not good. No, it looks more like an X. Nice try, Kit. Other days, it's very early. That's fair. In fact, he's early too. What was last name? Nkosi. Is there like an apostrophe or anything in that, or is that just Nkosi? K-O-S-I. Special characters, just that. Nice. I think I'm sticking the K too close to the N. I don't think it needs to actually be that tight to it. Cool. I like that. Let's fix up these corners and fill in some blocks. Neat. And then you can use shrink select, and I want to, wait, what? Didn't that work? Why did that not work? Why is this not? Right? So here's a really neat trick, right? So we can grab like this. That's not, hold on. It should be selection from selection. I want the negative of this, negative inverse. Apparently, affiliates can also have a special bit badge. Yeah, I saw the video you sent me. No way out for you, little bro. Means I have to be an affiliate yet, is what that means. Wasn't there like... There should be a way to... What's it called? I guess we just... Oh, okay, wait, hold on, I remember. Do this, invert selected area. Then you use selection from selection. And then now it's inverted. Yeah, okay, cool, cool, cool. And so now we can fill this up with, I want to do kind of like some tone scraping. I want to change the... let's just stick it to the blue colors. But I do want it to look more like a spray paint. No, I still want to keep it to the blue purple colors. I don't know how this is working necessarily. This is either gonna look really cool or really punk. Hmm. Yes. Let's go. This noob affiliate partner. Is it affiliate partner? Wait, what? I thought it's partner then affiliate, isn't it? Fish patches. Let me see. Am I an affiliate? I am live now. Pensive was my most used emote in chat in the last 30 days. 194 times. Nice. Three of my top followers. I don't think that's true. I don't know. It's you know what? I can probably just look in my achievement section. Hold on, achievements. Let's see. Path to partner. Yeah, partner. I am affiliate. Never mind. You're right. How do I do that though? Exactly. I thought it was partner first, then affiliate, but I guess I am affiliate. I want this to get up in brightness, so I'm going to do a correction layer. Ooh, that took out all the black also. Well. Like I said, this is either going to look really good or really bunk. I think I'm leaning towards bunk right now. Whoa, what the fuck was that sound? As gifted tea as like... That scared the shit out of me. Thank you very much, kid. Oh my god. Walking on those badges a little bit. Okay. Hold on. Okay, I will look at the thing. Oh, my heart. That scared the shit out of me. I haven't heard that sound ever. It's the least I can do since I'm like never going to revenge you this time. You don't have to worry about revenging. Alright. How do I feel about this? I think I would be happier if I made this. Oh, also I should probably have this open to the side so you guys can see the full thing of what it looks like. But of course it needs to be the full thing on center on Kaya while I'm working on the side. Meditating on a mountain. Yeah, I don't know why I'm spending this time finishing up the robots when there's like 3 days left. My shortcut remote stopped working and I've immediately transitioned to someone who doesn't know how to use their tools. I got 2 assignments due on Friday, so I can't art fate. You're sick also, which means you need to sleep early. It's kind of like Kit asked me to do it, and you know, now that I'm in it, I want to finish it up. But hopefully I should be able to finish this pretty soon. I still feel really bad that I couldn't really help Moob yesterday. But sprung, yeah. The Void and T have a tentative agreement. They put aside their differences to face a greater threat. Pit sickness. Perhaps love will bloom on the battlefield. What? What's going on? My enemy is my friend. Alright. Cool. I'm wondering if I should just raise the general view, because it's still really hard to see anything that's going on here. I think maybe even just that would make things much better. Alright, cool. And then I might not even need this background anymore. Yeah, I don't think I need this background anymore. That being said, I do need to adjust here. Trying to have as little friction as possible. What's working and what's not working. So do you like this change overall? I think it's nice here. Are they called leaves? They are leaves. They are, what's it called? So succulent leaves are weird. Bum 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 bum. I can afford to miss it twice. It'll be fine. We're done with Kaya, and so that's kind of the only thing that I wanted to do. I think I feel bad about yesterday because I think I sounded angry, pissed. I'm always chill. Passage and to work on. Oh, hey, how's it going, Lava Leaf? Welcome back. Yellow lines. What yellow lines? Oh, the drumsticks? Those are drumsticks. She's a drummer. Always chill at my tour house. No, I think Moob tends to get that kind of response from people sometimes. But you should definitely be more clear with what you do and do not like. That's perfect. What do you mean? I took my meds and I'm afraid the void might take me sooner than I like. Took shortcuts on the leaves. Are they called leaves? Stems? Not mentioned. Leaves. Makes them easier. My problem is the foreshortening. Okay, let's take a look at, since I think Kaya is more or less done now. I think she was a bit dark in comparison with the rest of them. I was trying to get the whole thing a little bit more grungy. I think I need to do something with Kyle now, because Kyle is kind of, he's the odd one out now, in the sense that he needs a little bit of, let's give him a little bit more, just kind of the same treatment that we gave Kaya. And it's just kind of make things brighter towards the parts where the audience is closer to them. Give it a more cylindrical look. Okay. I think good enough. Let's save that just in case. All right, let's open up. New window, please. Chrome, new window, please. Chrome, I'm right clicking on you. Please open a new window. All right, so you're not gonna do that. Can't imagine why you would not do that other than the fact that you are a coward. You're fine. Okay, so the aloe vera. When you said that you were taking shortcuts, what do you mean by that? Because this looks pretty good to me. Mm-hmm. That spot specifically. Okay. So I'm assuming you want this to look more towards... Please, boss, I'm tired. It only runs like at most 50 tabs. There's only at least 50 tabs. Okay. The original reference had the leaf going towards the viewer. Okay. It looks like you're doing that here. I'm assuming you want it to look a little bit different. My assumption, would be to first understand the shape, right? So if it's coming towards the viewer, that means that we're gonna have like a U shape, right? Like this. Right? I'm on the wrong... Cool. So you want something that looks more like this? making the shape look flat. Some of my chats aren't popping up. Really? It should be on the left. I'm not sure. Deemed a reference. I think this might work. So, I'm trying to find that specific leaf. Because I don't know if you're... So when you're using reference, right? I think you've done an excellent job of, what's it called? Of using the reference and not being used by the reference here. Lava, I started drawing when I was at my last year in high school, actually, like literally the last semester of high school. About 10 years ago now. So, I don't know if there is like an exact leaf that is analogous to the one that you put it. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Reaches towards the camera and yours looks around in shape. So let's use this one as reference. I see the exact leaf you're talking about. It looks like this, right? Some foreshortening shenanigans going on. It is that usually what you're going to want to do, because I don't think you did a bad job necessarily here. I think the one thing I might point out that you might want to change is that you're angling this way farther down, right? So it's pretty standoffish, right? So if we take a look at this, this is where a trace study might be pretty good an example, right? I'm 28. It's been about 10 years. You should be at least over 18. 18 years or older, please. So I think you've done an excellent job of capturing this leaf. So much so that I really don't know if there's anything I can really tell you about it. The only thing is that you've quite literally, using this reference, you have put this line right here. I think that's what's making it really flat for you, right? Because it's angled this way, it crosses the contour of it going this way, right? Which isn't to say that it doesn't go there, right? I think it's just maybe the wrong angle because you have the leaf pointing down more than in the reference. So realistically, even mine's a little bit farther down than it is. We're looking at this kind of a shape. So something like that. Although this is very hard to convey. I can see a twist. So it would look like that. And then I think a big key to this is that it's blurring as it gets closer to the camera. But that's not really something you can really grab without color, because it doesn't translate the same to line art, I think. So my only thing here is that I think, and my guess is, this line here is crossing here, right? And so what's happening is if I do the same thing over here, what's happening is that this line that is supposed to follow the rim of the leaf is actually separating this section of the leaf into its own thing, right? And so what's happening is that it looks flatter because the angle here coming up doesn't match with the curve, right? It looks like this should be going this way. Oopsies. So you got to be thinking about, I think, we take this leaf, and as we bend it down, what happens is this point is going to come towards us, which means that it's going to come back up and come back down. And as it does that, we're going to see the top of the leaf. And as this comes even farther down, we're going to see more of this leaf. I don't know if there's like a specific, like this angle should be whatever, right? Like, I don't know if it's supposed to be like an exact inverse or whatever you want to call it. You can also make this line bolder to make it look like it's in front, right? That kind of comes to the consequence of it's an inside line. So, you know, maybe we turn it off as we get closer to the edge. And then the outside line gets bolder again. That could be a solution. Yeah, you should not be here. Lava Leaf, this is, you should not be here. You have actively ignored YouTube practices. Quite literally, the setting for the YouTube is set to 18 or older. You should not be watching without adult supervision or adult permission. But yeah. Cool kit. Does that make sense? I know it's not the exact same thing, but the leaf is in context. Right now, if I was to take a grab of it. Oops, I'm on the wrong. Let's just grab the form, right? Oh, I've grabbed color also. So now if we were to try to do a, like, grab a depth for it, we could definitely make it look 3D, I think. I think this is where it's coming over. It's kind of hard to tell. So I think you've got the form right. I think the only thing I would add, right? 6 years from now. Exactly. I will not be past 6 million. Fingers Sprung is still streaming in 6 years. Hopefully I'm still streaming in 6 years. I think the only thing you're missing, Kit, is another form line that comes right about here that kind of informs that. And you kind of have it here, but it's not as, like, the problem is it meets up with this line, and so it looks like this is still the top, right? So here you have which I understand that this is supposed to be like, oh, the form shadow does that, but because of where it's at, you're kind of mixing together value lines, like texture lines and form lines, it gets a little bit confused. If you instead were to take this, take it to the edge, or right here, then we have this. Which looks way more to the thing. Mentioned the overlap thing. I can't unsee how bad it looks. I don't think it looks bad. I wanted to emphasize that I don't think it looks bad. I think because of the surrounding T lines that we have, I think that it looks fine. So let me like point that out. The surrounding T lines give us plenty of like where it is. This tip gets a little bit lost, but I don't want to leave you thinking that you did a terrible job, because I feel like you're thinking you did a terrible job. You have this T line here. Let me change that to a red color. You have this T line here that does a really good job of putting this leaf in front of this leaf, right? You have this T line here, which does a good job of putting this leaf behind this leaf. You have a nice T line here, which also is this T line. So we have context on where it is, right? So while I agree that this probably should have been more like this line, like this should just be like that. I think that you're kind of a little bit too harsh on yourself. I think it's fine. Even that, I don't know. I'm trying to find like a good way to incorporate that line, because I don't think that line was necessarily wrong. I think it might have just been in the wrong place. Right? What layer am I on? I'm on the top layer? Yeah. So if you look at it now, do you see the changes that I made? Where I took that black line is basically still there, right? All I've done is at the end, I've curved it down a little bit. It's in the exact same place. And then I've taken that form line that you had and I've just lined it up more with the outline that you have. And you can basically keep everything else the same. Struggle with leaves in perspective and figuring out how Amaris' sword looks. Angle that I drew aged me 10. Yeah, it's definitely one of those, what's it called? How do I say this? Leaves in perspective are hard. For a couple of reasons, but one, there's so many different leaf types, right? Like, how are you supposed to take this like oak leaf shape and rotate it in perspective, right? It has like this sort of curve to it. The best way to do it is to just like find reference of it, right? Obviously. running out of space. And this is just like the easy, it's in this kind of 2D perspective, right? Taking it from one angle and putting it into the other. And doing it with minimal lines also can be really tough. But I think the most important thing when you're trying to teach yourself, right? Because I want to draw a lot of penises, a lot of boobs, and a lot of cum shots and stuff. Something that there's not like art tutorials for or easy breakdowns or simple whatever, right? Because, you know, we have cylindrical shapes, right? But putting them in perspective often sucks, right? And then having to put different shapes on top can often be very difficult, especially when the 6-hour Springy Cum Shot tutorial, the Peter Hahn study, exactly. That is where the Peter Hahn studies come into place, right? So when we're drawing this hand that everyone here knew I was drawing the shoulder of, a hand, right? Right? Everyone here knew I was drawing a hand with a shoulder attached to it, right? Everyone here that was paying attention knew that that's what I was drawing. And if I ever saw one. Exactly, right? Being able to break down into these like 3-dimensional shapes helps a lot as far as like that rotation and physicality of it. But it can still be difficult. Everyone knows that hands have this massive vein on the back of them. All right, now I'm being really cheap with it, cheeky with it. All right, let's get it. This doesn't belong in the plants themed. Fucking throbbing arms, exactly. That's how they draw Captain America back in the Gilded Age, right? Throbbing arms, throbbing biceps. Okay, cool. It's so fucking stupid. Cool. So, did that help, Kit? Does it make a little bit more sense? I don't know if it made a little bit more sense. I don't know if I even really fixed it. I think it looked fine. Like how close it was to my Bintrong, though. The throbbing Bintrong arm vein? You don't like that? Helped a ton. Good. I'm glad. I'm going to erase the stuff that I drew on top of yours. And if you so wish to go back and change it, you can. But for me, I think you did an excellent job with it. And I don't want to draw over your beautiful aloe vera. And the little vein here, like vines here. Vines, not veins. Although technically vines do have lots of veins in them. I'm gonna get off of this topic now. Okay. I need help on how I was able to rotate the spikes in perspective. I think this is appropriate since it's very similar to what we just covered. The rotations look believable aside from the shadows. Anyway, it can better help the viewer that the spikes are pointing directly to the viewer. Oh, that just does that. Cool. From my perspective, right? I think the spikes are fine because they are texture. Once you get down to tiny little details like spikes, you don't really have to worry too much. You just kind of have to give the general, this is texture. Not these spikes? Oh, sent you a DM. No, I think that's good. From head on, a spike just looks like a circle, right? I think they look really good. All you're doing is shading in a cone, and that's just a Peter Han 101 thing. And I think you've done a good job of representing it here. You're keeping them in perspective along the collar of the thing. So I think it looks good. Yeah. I think it looks fine. I think it is, as an instructor telling you this, right? I think for where you're at, it looks very excellent. And I don't think that it's worth your time at the moment to ignore other avenues of growth, to focus on the diminishing returns that improving this would do, if that makes sense. As an objective like artist, there are ways to make it look more realistic, right? But as someone who is invested in your growth, I think that you are doing an excellent job with that. And it's kind of one of those things where if you think of art as like a, what the hell? What am I on that I can't draw? You think, why the fuck can't I draw here either? You think of, okay, well, maybe if you think of art as one of those like skill craft things where you're like form, color, line, composition, perspective, although perspective is really form, right? And other, misc, right? I think it is more valuable to like push towards the outside randomly than it is to like go really hard into one thing, right? I think you get more bang for your buck when you kind of like go around the circle and like improve where you can improve the fastest. That's just me personally, because then you start seeing big jumps, and those big jumps really make you feel better. So yeah. Sure. I should just use a bigger brush size if I'm going to be pushing harder regularly. lay down and listen. Might not be as active. That's fine. It's mostly gonna be music because it's my ass is getting work done. I'm probably not doing a ton of whatever, right? How do I spell Morikawa in Japanese? Stigmund. The surname Morikawa is Japanese, means forest river. Oh, that's nice. Kawa in kanji. Kanji. Scream very loud now, it's fine. Oh, that actually cut out. That's really funny. I wonder where Sek is, because Sek would know some more Japanese stuff than I would. Okay, cool. So I have the symbols here. Yeah. It's weird, they didn't show up on the YouTube, so I don't know. Like, they're in the chat, but I don't know how. No, that removes the message. I don't know how to ban people on YouTube, unfortunately, so I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do moderator tools and everything, so. Yeah, it is very much like literally I make porn. I talk about stuff that a lot of people shouldn't listen to anyway, but I talk a lot about sex, and you should not know about sex at this age if your parents don't want you to know about sex. Let's see if I can do what's it, moderation tools. Community moderation. Guess I have to Google this and look this up. Okay, I think the only thing I can do is hide them. Block, clicking the three dots, choosing block. Three dots. Yeah, it's just like the hide user from this channel. That's all I can do, I think. I don't know if that actually removes them, but click on the three dots and there should be an option. Really wish you to pick the content moderation seriously. Again, my view on that kind of stuff is like, one, parents should be more involved, right? Because ultimately, it's not like I'm saying anything really bad. Like, I would let my kids watch me if I had kids, right? The problem is kind of just like, it's not okay for a lot of people, right? It depends culturally on what people are available. So if people were able to watch their kids more carefully, it wouldn't really be a big deal. But also, if you're dumb enough to say that you are like under the age of 18 in a place where it's stated that you should not be over 18, like before, it was my fault when we had one person that was like 16 or 17, because I didn't realize there was a drop down that's like, this content is not okay for children, and then there's a drop down, this content is for mature audiences. So I didn't realize that, and that's unfortunate. But the other thing is like, I don't know. It's hard. It's rough. But if you're dumb enough to say that you're not 18 in a space that's just 18 and older, you kind of just, it needs to happen. Because at that point, it is for your own safety. This still shrink select? Right, of course. I'm only really happy with the top one. I'm not super happy with the other two. I'm especially not happy with this one. I think this one is fine as long as I just rotate it slightly. It's not something you should say. The wrong people could see it and take advantage. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. Maybe, yeah, at 12 years old, you don't need to be this online. Like, I understand that there's people from, like, underprivileged backgrounds that don't have any, like, they don't have anything else to do than be online. But, like, if you're online, there's other things you should be doing, maybe. It depends. I mean, like, if they're under parental supervision while they're doing it, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Problem is, I don't think a lot of them are under parental supervision. Should maybe be doing this on a vector layer. Whoa, way too big. How far outside of the range does it go? Feels too small. It's no parental supervision in a 10-mile radius. Yeah, exactly, exactly. should be about the same height. Also, I thought it was very funny that you're like, please don't stop being mean. I was like, this is absolutely a 10-year-old. It's just so funny. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be making fun of like children, but it just made me laugh. It just made me laugh. Ah, man, my shoulder. Ah. Woo! Slurp. Slurp in water. Stretch. Slurp. Okay. So the last one is a bit strange. I'm using the wrong kind of grab. Makes sense, I guess. I like these guys to share a little bit of the same thickness. Uh, See, what would be cool is if it was like a banner thing, right? So kind of like... Okay, cool. Cool. What in the hell is out here? Man, I need to affect only things on the reference layer. Here we go. I want to fill this with white, red, no, like a forest green, I think. Let's do a gradients. They have like a forest color. Okay. I can just reset this, right? Let's try this to see how it works first. What are we thinking, folks? Yeah? Okay. I'll take it. Um, I think in the bottom it's a little bit. Makes things pop out a little bit more. I love black and green. Black and green is a really good color combination. That's all I'm saying. Okay, so last one is Rufus. I gotta come up with a last name for Rufus. I was thinking of Garza. What do you guys think of Garza? And by you guys, I mean basically just black tea. Because Cortez, I don't think really works super well. So Rufus Cortez, nah. What are some popular Spanish last names? Most common names in Spain. It's Gonzalez, Garcia, Fernandez, Rufus Lopez. Is Rufus a Spanish name? It is Roman. Rufo. Oh, that is so fucking funny. Me and the guys think that Garza is a good, but also we have no idea about Spanish names. So Rufus is an ancient Roman name, and it means like red-haired. So it's very funny that Kit suggested it. So, famous pain. When last names in Spain? There's Martinez. Rufus Martinez. Interesting. Most common last names in Spain with Latin roots. Hernandez, Lopez, Rodriguez. Fortis? Rufus Fortis. I don't know if that really fits. Harza means bear. Interesting. There's Gomez. Rufus Gomez. Let's just look at the Spanish last names plus meaning. Rigo. I'm looking for like Latin last names though. Bum, 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 bum. Dominguez, Gonzalez, Ramirez, Rufus Ramirez would be interesting. Rufus Perez, Rufus Velasco, Rufus Diaz. Rufus Diaz? Where's that sound from? Son of Diego? Didacus? Nickname meaning dark-skinned. That'd be very funny. Sanchez, son of Sancho. Sanctus. Let's see. The exact same website. It was too much list, not enough. Holy Saints. Everyone knows that Sanchez. So Sancho, Sanctus, Holy, or Saintly. Rufus Sanchez might work. Thematically speaking, you know? name Latin names. So this is like first names. I'm trying to find like Latin. Is Gomez also? Most common Latin last name: Garcia, Rodriguez, Martinez, Hernandez, Lopez, Rufus Lopez, Rufus Hernandez. Maybe Sanchez is a good one. Nah, I think we'll go with Garza. So let's look up some scripts. Finish script. I think I'm gonna need to do a little bit of a fooling around with this one. How thick is the line-ish? Fairly thick. Let's go with a 7 line. Yeah. There we go. Font. I'm working real big when I don't really want to work really big. Ah! Maybe I just write it in cursive. Let's try with a like calligraphy pen. Ah! I don't know what I'm doing here. Let's go back to my pen here. Nope, I don't like any of this. Where's an erase? It's like so much worse than when I try to like block it out myself. I think because I have a different mentality when I'm going to block it out myself. All right, let's change the mentality that we got. All this for an art that I don't really like. I don't know if this is worth it necessarily. Man. Stretch out my arm. Already been 2 hours. That's ridiculous. What is happening on my Discord? Kit's gone. Well, Kit's been gone for like 40 minutes, but still. Damn. Spook always has awesome stuff. Can still feel Kit's presence, yeah. Haunts me sometimes. It's there, I can feel it. I hope they feel better. They've been feeling sick for quite a while. Brush is so cool. Well, it's not a brush actually. It's just in Clip Studio Paint, what you can do is you can come to the layer settings right here, and you can activate border effect. And so when you draw with a white brush, it'll add a border effect. So we turn it off. It's just regular white brush. So it's just my regular brush, but I've added the border effect thing. It allows me to make really cool stuff like that. What's the matter? Is it because you don't have Clip Studio Paint? Usually, there are border effects that you can do. I don't think border effects is a unique thing to Clip Studio. I think Adobe has it. But functionally it is, all you're doing is blocking it out like normal. So if I just turn this off, you block it out like normal. And then behind you do like some selection from layer and then increase the size however many pixels you want it to be, right? In that sense, it is functionally the same. Alpha lock, then recolor. Yeah, you could do the same thing, yeah. For sure. Okay, and then I kind of want to do Garza for the bottom. Beginning is always the hardest part. Is this like a graffiti font? I don't know if I'd call it graffiti, mostly just because there's a lot of like culture around graffiti, and I didn't grow up in that culture, so as much as I like think it looks really cool, I don't know if I could call it graffiti. Just personally speaking, I think I am too white to say it's graffiti. Basically, what I'm trying to say. Ibis Paint also has a similar brush that's called Color Island. Really? I didn't know about that. It's not Eclipse Studio exclusive. Don't worry about that. Yeah, Krita also, I think Krita has something similar. As far as like specific brush, this is just my regular drawing brush that I use for everything. I'm just doing this specific texture on it because I like the way it looks. The whole layer. Yeah, this one is similar like that. It has border effect and it adds it to the whole layer. If I went down to this layer and did the same thing. Okay, if I went down to this layer and did the same thing, it would do something. It should do something. Why is it not doing anything? Hold on. Why isn't this doing anything? It should be doing something. Is it because it's on a multiply? I think it is because it's on a multiply. Yeah, okay, there we go. Robbie the Red. What a wild thing to happen. Kai. It's really good at helping you find out where your like floating pieces are. Actually, I want to do I want to keep doing I don't know if I want to keep doing the arrow for everything. We'll test it out and see how I like it. I don't think it's gonna work. Also, I think I have the A backwards. I read the A backwards. can't really get a good vibe for how this A is supposed to do. That doesn't look right at all. Maybe I get rid of the hat. I think the hat is not really doing as much for me as I would hope for. Now I have an even bigger problem. And that is that the A is no longer overlapping with the G. Well, I guess it is kind of. A's are hard. I don't like A's. Alright, let's try again. Let's try again. I have to make another one of these for the last letter. I bought Krita through Steam, so I checked my time and I'm almost at 200 hours. Wow, nice. Congratulations. So wait, Krita is... I thought Krita was free. Do you just mean like you installed it through Steam? It is... If you go there to their website, $10 in Steam, like an MS. Okay. Interesting. I didn't realize that. Well, I'm glad you're supporting them. You could use all the help they can get. Alright, let's do a little finagling with this. Okay, any change is going to make it more lumpy, so... Also going to make it more lumpy. Maybe I should have done this in different brush. Well, whatever. It is what it is. I do want to look at some background art for Street Fighter 6. What? Size the bees this year. I'm getting immediately distracted by a whole bunch of Discord stuff. Okay, we're gonna put this in the Discord channel. So I think it's fucking hilarious. For the love of God, Montresor. Okay, I was getting on my phone to look at the Street Fighter 6 background. Hold on. Because I like the way that they do their backgrounds. Alright. It's really just like a paint splatter. Let me see if I can... I want to make this a little bit closer to each other. I want the outline to be like a bluish. And then we can alpha lock what we have. And I want to come in with some of the gold and the yellow. Here's the owie. Ow. Owie. Peter Han page done. You? Congratulations. That's good. Okay, I should be able to draw it. Why am I not able to draw on this? Okay. I just can't draw on it with this? What is the deal with... Oh, blending mode is add. Okay, I understand now. I don't like any of that shit. What the fuck? Alright, let's see. Maybe a tone scrape. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. No, 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 no. That's a bit too much. You just want to do it a little bit so that it emphasizes all of the curves coming out. Nice. Okay, cool. made a drawing study book that teaches how to draw objects with shape and perspective. It's really good. Yeah, it's called the Dynamic Bible. I've shown it a couple times on stream. Highly, highly recommended. Very good. Very good. Internet Archive makes it really nice. I should probably make one for Robbie, right? I'm sorry, it's just too blocky. Hmm. Art is just a really hard one to do. I'm just not a fan of it. It doesn't look scary. Why does it look scary? It's not scary, you guys. Positively terrifying? Okay. I'll get to maybe I'll have so many books too. It's like 10 pages long. I would just flip through it. That's really the only thing you need to learn about it. Right? Oh, we should probably look at Robbie instead. I'm liking this section over here. I'm not as much loving this section over here. Kind of dig that. Okay, cool. I'm okay with this. Let's give this some light and direction. Gun? What? What about gun? My gun? The car gun ones. Oh, yeah, those guns. It's not 59 pages, is it? It's like, it's not that many. Maybe it's just because I just look at like the first 7 so much. That might be it. God. Always guns with you people. actually. They're pretty much just that. What's really going? They're cool. What's wrong with tractors? Tractors are cool too. No, I'm just kidding. I don't really care one way or the other. Mostly just a joke. She thinks my tractor's sexy. It really turns her on. I have guns and you can have bugs. 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 I think entomologists are secretly hoarding all the cool bugs to themselves. Like, we have cool bugs, but it's like the bugs that they want us to know exist, right? Because they want the cooler bugs to themselves. That's my hot take. That's my conspiracy theory. It makes sense because Big Bug doesn't want you to know all the cool bugs. That's how they can keep releasing like new bugs every year. And they're like, and this is the fucking big dickest bug. It's fucking absolute fools that they played us for. Finally, someone is saying it. You can only exclusively own one or the other Gunja bugs. It's just a joke. Because like, but people tend to like explain to me like why they think guns are cool. It tends to be like the machinery, the craftsmanship, the moving parts. And it's like, yeah, that's cool and all, but like those are the exact same things you could say about a tractor or something. There's very little that is exclusively cool to guns, unless you like killing people. I guess, right? Because if you're like, but it's really good at propelling matter very fast. And it's like, okay, cool, but a rocket is too. And I can build one of those out of rocket fuel parts. Stuff that I can't say because it's illegal. It is surprisingly very easy to make rocket fuel. Did you know that? You can make missiles in your own backyard. I watched the Florida man do that. It's like Area 51 on the entomology circles. Hey, what? There's nothing wrong with it. It's just people use guns to kill a lot of people. It's pretty much it. Not I don't get the obsession that a lot of like Americans have with guns. But I think it's fine if people like guns. I don't think there's any problem with that. There's just a lot of people that make that their personality, I guess. And it's a bit strange to me. At the end of the day. Don't elaborate. It's because you can't use a gun for anything else. I also don't really have a huge fascination with like swords, like a lot of people do. It's like, oh man, swords are cool. It's like, yeah, I don't really get it. Knives though, like kitchen knives, let's fucking go. But no one's ever hype about kitchen knives. Like if I'm telling people about, I was really looking at this this high steel content, or like a high carbon steel Yanagabi, and they're like, the fuck is a Yanagabi? I'm like, you fucking uneducated bitch. And that's where that conversation usually ends. But anyway. Cool, Robbie. And then let's fill it with white. Wow, this blows. This one. It's gonna be a tricky one to get, for sure. You know what? I'm just gonna do this the old-fashioned way. It's a good poem about the impact of guns called The Opposites Game. I've never heard of this poem. How does it go? Or where is it? Feel free to post it in the Discord. I love to read it. Like, I don't mind that people have special interests in guns. It's just not my special interest. I just don't get it. I like the idea of being a marksman. Marksman stuff is really cool. But whenever I talk to people who like guns, they very rarely talk about the marksmanship. Right? Or they themselves are not interested in being a marksman. It tends to be more of like, look at how impressive it is that it can shoot this many bullets, or like the gas chamber mechanism that allows it to do this and stuff, or the payload that it can deliver, blah blah blah. And it's more of just like they like the magnitude of it, right? And I'm not necessarily impressed with a tool. I tend to be more impressed with what you can accomplish with the tool, right? So people were talking to me about marksmanship, like in the Olympics, that was happening. I'd be like, yeah, that was really sick how the guy went up there with the pistol and without using a ton of tools or anything, had really good accuracy. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. But again, this is a very personal bias that I have. It's also a TED Ed video where someone reads it out loud with some good illustrations. Yeah, you should send that. Or maybe just to me or something, or wherever you feel comfortable sharing it. Just like tinkering, it's cool that it shoots, but I'd rather know the inner workings. Right. And then there's just like a million other different things too, right? Which is cars, right? There tends to be some overlap with people who like guns, people who like cars, sure. But like combustion engines, like in general, like science behind that tends to fall off a little bit more. If you like really tinkering with stuff, I highly recommend 3D printing, right? Which I don't know, Turtle, I think you have a 3D printer, right? It seems like something you'd really enjoy is the aspect of like an Ember 3. Ember 3, worst piece of shit you'll ever find sold for under $100. But if you like tinkering and fixing stuff, holy shit, it is like a godsend. Because it is basically just quite literally the worst possible thing ever, but it's been propped up by the community because it's so cheap, and there's a whole bunch of like information on how to get it to work, how to make it run, and all that stuff. So if you like learning about stuff, it's a very good thing. That's how a turtle shared the drawing of a gun. Let me see the drawing of a gun. It is a good gun. Yeah. All guns like this just look like a Glock to me, but it's very nice. Right. Now on here, this is, yep. You can fill this in with white. Bam. It is a clock. That's what I was going for. So I have most of the knowledge included. Ah, nice. Good work. Good job. and just like anything that's kind of brick shaped, block. Okay, let's inverse. And then we're going to get a little bit big with it. I don't like this that much. I want a textured brush, sure, but I want a little bit more control over it. A little bit more control. Peter Han also includes his beautiful watercolor illustrations, right? He's so good with his color choices. And they're all like a vibrant, vivid color choice. It's like, man, I want to get really good at drawing like planty stuff, right? I don't want it to take me forever. So I gotta get really good at like a texture of it or something. And demand he'll tell me the tricks. I want to. You can't do that to Peter Han. Man is still recovering from a horrendous bacterial infection. Yeah, he was. He messaged me one day and was like, you know, he's in some bad health. And I'm like, what the fuck? I did not know. Apparently on his wedding night, he had some beef tartare and it had a bacteria in it that unfortunately has led to him having difficulty seeing in one of his eyes, as well as having problems. But luckily they've caught it in time. Puts him down. Oh my god. I forgot which one I'm on. Hope there is no serious lasting damage. I think they're expecting him to make a full recovery. They got it in time, but you know, it's one of those things that's a little scary. It's a little scary, I'm not gonna lie. Especially the way he was describing it, I was like, one eye was just starting to go blind and he was getting really dizzy. I was like, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. No, nope, no, I don't. But this is on the text layer. I don't, man, that's unfortunate. Well, whatever. It's all gonna get merged down anyway. Okay, cool. Where you left it, right upside down. Oh, I just noticed. Kaya's teeth are no longer white, which is not good. Because I did the hue change thing, it's somewhat yellowish. I don't want. Her shoes. I don't know what the hell is going on with this bit here, but whatever. Okay, Sprung does not like disease involving the eye noted. Well, I mean, like as an artist, having something just randomly be able to take away your vision, really not cool, right? Being blind would suck. I think I would still rather be blind than deaf, but that's my own personal experience, and it is not representative of other people for sure. It is not like a way to have a preference of one over the other sort of deal. Okay, cool. Let's export out. Just as an artist, I think that's a common fear. Deafness or whatever? Oopsies. Here you go. Here it happens. Just let it wash over you. Let it wash over you. The fact that it's way too big. The canvas size is struggling to export these. Isn't I supposed to be doing something? Is it an art project I put it? Yeah, art fates. No, I'm just gonna put this in my regular. Robbie font with the cogs is so cool. Yeah, you like it? I'm glad. I wanted to get somewhere in between like the futuristic robot effect and kind of like more of a robot sort of effect. It's being a menace. Nice. Cool. Jesus Christ. Give it a second. Fucking thank God. What doing? Oh, the cat? Cat's probably just being a menace. It is too big for Rufus. Didn't already have food and a treat. All right. So, hey, Moves here. We just finished up all of the character sheets for the robots and Robbie. I don't know if I should do like color this in with their character colors. Nah, I don't feel like it. Why did you get 400 points? I don't know. Sometimes they'll like randomly give you points. An absolute fire song. Wait, what? What song? Nah, pass. We're not doing it anymore. Do I want to do... The rest of Kill Your Darlings. Let's just do like some sketches. Turtle have so many points. No, that's how many total they have contributed to the Maho Desires Stake Challenge. So that's not how many points they have total. That's just kind of like where they're at. I say we go ahead and finish up just like the front view of all the characters. Yeah, I know, 8%. Making great progress. Ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum-bum. You want like skinny jeans aesthetic. I don't like legs as much. shoulder is a bit small. I think this arm in general is just a bit small. Oh. Drink some water while we're waiting for it to save. Oh, thank God, Maha has finally moved, so that means that I can adjust my chair. So what happens when Maha's really close to the camera like that is that he'll put his head and his face next to like the rollers of my chair, right? Which means that if I move my chair at all, then it will bump him and wake him up and startle him. I can't move at all. It is. He just likes to be really close. That's one of his favorite poses. Butt to the camera, just like Dad. Just drifting in the foam, little soldier boy comes marching home. Brave soldier boy comes marching home. Just make the song even more emotionally charged by singing along. Well, it's compulsive almost. Yeah. The same thing with the Rebecca Sugar one. Let's go in the garden. That's not supposed to happen. I actually dig that a lot. Trying to find the balance here. Does that need to be shifted to the left a little bit? Probably. Um, let's race around here a little bit more. I forgot to look up Rastafarian culture. That's on me. But that's okay, because that's not super important right now. I think we can move the entire hip area to the right. Like this? Yeah. Ah! Wait, what am I doing? This would go straight over. the waist. Just looking at, just to get some landmarks in here. Oh, okay. Get some landmarks. That's the pectorals. We got under here the latissimus dorsi, first pect, abdominals. She was better at this. Here is the iliac crestinalis right here. That's where the butt would go, more or less. Give the baby a treat. Kit has appeared. I also need to refill the treat bag. Give the baby a treat. I don't know how long ago that was. I feel bad because I wasn't staring at anything. hate this. I'm starting again. Let's simplify a little bit. When the human arms at rest, it goes pretty much straight down and then forward. Straight down, and then forward to line up, more or less, where the wrist is slightly forward. Kids gotta go to bed. It's true. They gotta. Well, maybe let's do some measuring here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 3/4. That's about tall. Okay, that's do you want them that tall? Now it's just a matter of getting the body the way I like it. Let's do some anatomy. You're gonna have the plates around the back. That side doesn't matter all that much, but this side for sure. Muscle goes over it, and then the trapezius comes out from underneath. Shoulder blades, shoulder muscles. Pectorals come down about halfway. So that means that connects about the 7th. This is the bottom of the rib cage. Right. There's the spine coming down in through there. Iliac crest is going to have sections for the butt. Like that. More importantly, it's going to connect there. And around the side of it. Oh, crazy saving going on. feel like there's something wrong with the way that's resting there. Blah. Maybe the hand isn't right. Okay, so I've got it mostly right. I got the ankle right, but now I need to pivot it more because I want it to be more towards the interior. Because right now they're doing like this, and realistically, people are going to be having their palms more towards the inside of them. Maybe not quite so wide. I'm trying to display this section of the hand. Let's rethink this whole thing a little bit. So we're not gonna undo the entire hand because I like the position. What I don't like is some of these shapes in the area. Yeah, it works for me. Maybe we don't make the hands. We got it. What are you designing all these people for? Nothing really. I'm gonna upload the other ones to Artfight, and then these are for a comic series I'm gonna do. Eventually, maybe. We'll see. It's not 100%, but something that I want to do eventually. Plus, it's good practice. All right. All right, let's go ahead and do something like this. You like it? Okay, we're gonna see if we can get this to look the way that I want it to look. I'm still not 100% sure on this process. I think I've got the anatomy mostly right. I think my biggest hurdle is going to be here when I'm trying to get the skin to look right. Oh, son of a bitch. I wanted to give Kaya some darker lips. Shoots. Oh well. We'll do it in like further iterations. Different iterations of the character or whatever. We are looking about halfway on this section. Hey, baby boy, how are you? Looking like he's getting ready for some food is what he wants. Rug is gone. He has moved to the couch. He has decided that he is going to protest. I should probably look at how people fit in wave beaters like that. Y'all aren't fast enough. Yeah, I believe that. No, I don't like that. wondering if I'm making them too tall. I want them to be real lanky, like a bass player, you know? Baby boy, how are you doing? Right. Nice. That is. Ah. Ah, all right. Lock the frick in? No, I didn't. I didn't finish any like tax stuff or revenge stuff. All I did was finish up some character concepts for something that is not related to art fight, but is related to art fight, because I'll probably upload what's it called? I'll upload the Robbie and the Robots in a second here, but then the rest of the stuff is I'm allergic to locking the frickin'. That counts as locking in? Alright, I'll take it. I need a pack for Seattle still. I have no idea what I'm supposed to pack. Does anyone have experience going on trips? How much clothes do I need? How many clothes do I need? I'm guessing like a set of pajamas and then... Seattle for a week. So we're going to be gone next week. Next week there will be no streams. I've tried to make it clear that I'm doing that, but we'll see. There's always going to be stragglers. Really? I've been trying to save for like the last 2 months. So, that's how it goes, I guess. She's from Maho is staying here with my mom. So mom and aunt are taking care of Maho. At least a few shirts, maybe 1 or 2 pants. Okay. Because we're also going hiking, so I think we'll probably I packed mostly t-shirts and shorts because I honestly, the less clothes I can get away with, the better. Honestly, just like covering up my skin. I prefer to be as sleeveless and pantsless as possible. There's an Amber Alert. That's unfortunate. It's really funny because I saw a meme where there's this guy who's being arrested by the Seattle police, and the dude is just butt ass naked. He climbed up a pole, and then someone was like, "Why the hell does this look like a Renaissance painting?" There's lighting depicting goodness over power or whatever sort of a thing. It's wild. Alright, cool. Probably outline the hat since I've outlined everything else. Nice. It's not worth it? Don't climb a pole naked? What? Wait, I'm missing out so much because I'm trying. I will do my best to not climb any poles naked. At least the outdoor ones. The indoor ones, there is no promise. Right, cool. Indoor you can go wild. That's where the safe poles are. They're inside. Maybe I'll just do a quick sketch up for the other ones. Let's actually do some... That's not... Ah! Wait, did I hit the undo button? I didn't? try something else. I don't particularly like. Maybe that the gesture for that one came out. That's getting closer, but I don't know. What's up? What's wrong? This is Suzanne, and she is a normal human woman. What are you talking about? That's very rude. Maybe easier to draw her at her piano. She is the keyboardist for Kill My Darlings. I want longer toes. It's so late that I really had to double check to see if I had to imagine the duck pictures. This is 100%, this is Suzanne, and she is a normal human being. She is very tall. So this is actually a bit of visual storytelling that I'm playing around with, right? So canon in universe, Suzanne looks like a normal person, just like an average normal person, but she is a lot of anxiety and like self dysmorphia, and she's just like a total absolute wreck, like completely mute, doesn't like whatever. But she's been best friends with Roxanne forever, and Roxanne just kind of like bring her no matter what, like won't leave her behind for anything. And so this is how Roxanne views herself, right? Or Suzanne views herself as this sort of like monstrous, weird creature. It's sort of a what's it called? An homage to Creepy Susie. If you know who Creepy Susie is. Then it doesn't matter. That's just where she gets her name. Mm-hmm. What's that one creepypasta of the girl? Creepypasta girl. Where is it? Momo. Here you go. It's gonna get better at, like, I want to confirm a design of sorts. I just don't know what I want to do for it. This one's definitely going to take some time to figure out. So if, let's assume Ralph is actual size. It's like this. This is probably like Suzanne's actual height. Smooth a holler. At least how she sees herself. I do like this more than I like the other one. She sees herself as freakishly tall, even though she's not, like, realistically that tall. It's kind of pointless to talk about her real height, right? Because her real height is not something that is ever, like, shown to the comic book, like, to the readers, right? She's always going to look like her own. She's going to look the way she sees herself to the reader. Let's see something about the mouth, because I don't like the mouth too much. Let me look up a picture of like a kappa or something, because that's where I'm kind of getting inspiration for her head. Mm, I don't know about this one as much anymore. Maybe the beak is not a great condition that I'm adding to it. I'm trying to think of it in my brain and I'm like, I had the general idea, but now I don't know how I'm like going to capture it. I'm trying to hit that like mix between like creepy cute, right? Where I do want it to look like weird, but I also don't want it to look like super off-putting. I think the eyes are doing that for me a little bit right now. I'm gonna have to workshop that head for sure. Grievous is one of those cute characters. General Grievous? Really? General Grievous is one of those creepy cute characters? Maybe it's a beak, but we never see the bottom of it. Also, I did plan to go to bed early, which is already kind of failed, so I've forced myself to do it now. That's fair. I should probably cut off stream and then go feed Mahal, at the very least. Probably come back and do some drawing, but hope you have a nice sleep, and I will keep workshopping this, I guess. I don't know. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Thanks everyone for stopping by.